Morena tātou. Kare take kia tuku anō I ngā whakapapa heoi anō ko kili ona tōku ingoa, he uri ahau no ngai tahu no te atiawa, no hā moa.
Morena tātou, huri pēnei ngō Ngāti Whakaue no Te Arawa. Ko Rosa Skuna tōku ingoa. I am a student, recent graduate of UC and Polytechnic.
I mua I tā tātou tīmata ka takina ki te karakia hei whakawate a tātou ki te koke ki ngā mahi no reira. Kia karakia tahi tātou. E rongo e rangi e tēnei tō pia, tēnei tō tauira mere mere tūahi ahi e tō erehu ki te rua. Ka atakoto te hau te atua, te pō nui, te pō roa, te pō te u, te pō te ea, te pō te tutuki, te pō te oti. Mānawa mai ai. Te au o te moe pai, te moe roa, te moe te huri, te moe te rawe ke ngiai. Mānawa mai ai. Te araitanga o ngā mate namu I te arero tapu I te hiku o te whare. Ngā taniwha ki te wai tēnei te whakaoki atu ki te take o ngā maunga. Tari ao tā wera matari ki tō ia mai ko te ao, tōna mai ko te ao e pū ao ai te atahua ki rangi. Tākiri mai ko te ata kōrihi rā ngā manu ka pō, ka ao, ko te ao ea, ko te ao tutuki, ko te ao oti. Mānawa mai ai, whanno, hara mai te toki, haumie, hui e, tāiki e.
Perfect. I'll just run us through our health and safety, but nicer to have a bit of a smaller room for wānanga today. So the same rules go for fire. If there is a fire, we'll just exit down the stairs or through the lift and go out to the car park just to our right. In terms of the earthquake, drop, hold cover, and we'll make sure that we usher you out in a safe and calm manner. In terms of wharepaku, they're just through this door here, and there will be eventually some wai Māori down the back if you need a cup of water. Everything else for the day, just in between the sessions, you'll just have a bit of time, about 5 minutes, to make your way to another session if you'd like, between shifting rooms. And in our paramanawa and our wā tina, so our lunch, all of the kai will just be down in that main street down there. There's 4 different options for kai today, so make sure you check out every single table, not just the first ones. And if you need any assistance at all, there's quite a few of us in our red bands here today as well. But yeah.
Alright, so we're just going to turn straight over to our first session for Wahine Māori and the Maramataka by Davina Thompson. Davina Thompson of Ngāti Awa and Te Arawa is infiltrating her knowledge of Maramataka amongst the country's environmental policy makers. She is currently working on the Environment of Te Arawa 2022 synthesis report for Ministry for the Environment based on Matariki as a framework in her role as policy analyst and mātauranga Māori expert. Nō reira tēnā rā koe te mana māreikura mō e hara mai nei te wānanga tahi ki a mātou. Nō reira te iwi whakanui a tēnei rangatira o tātou a Davina Thompson.
Too long about myself. And we created the circle, so if you're not in the circle, can you just please hop in? Sorry, I just don't like talking over there and everyone looking over there. So firstly, I just want to thank the University of Canterbury for giving us all, I guess, this amazing opportunity to be here for the past 2 days. And while he's here, I'd like to mihi to Rātua for being our amazing kaitiaki, I guess, while we've been here. Yeah, my name is Davina Thompson. I come from a little village, fishing village, Maramataka. It's in between Whakatane and Tauranga, I guess. So I was raised there. I think I listened to Grant Nātai talking about all those chores you had to do when you were young. So can you see me?
For the video, because
Oh, for the video.
Yeah.
It'll go for the video anyway.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're using the microphone.
Um,
Yeah, if you don't use
But when he was talking, it reminds me of my upbringing. So we were brought up off the land, and I just remember the many times jumping over fences with Dad and walking those plastic potato sack looking things and dragging puha for paddocks, and spewing, trying to pull up the kina bags and setting the himaki and stuff. So this is how I was raised, and it wasn't until I got older that I realised that it was the Maramataka, and that's how we were raised. There was no flash words, and our elders, they never used those flash words. So it wasn't until, I guess, going into 2010s that we had a mara in Matata, and I read Bill Tāwhai's book, Living by the Moon, and I thought I'd trial it and brew kumara and piru piru riwai and by the marama. Yeah, that's how it all began for Maramataka and trialling and the curiosity there. And anyway, our kumara were pretty huge, and I remember digging out one kumara and it looked like a tariwha, so he was the kaitiaki of the kumara. So yeah, I go off at a tangent, sorry. So anyway, that's my upbringing, raised on the land, brought up on the land, and I'm not an academic, but somehow, my supervisor over there, I'm now doing my PhD on the Maramataka and a wahine perspective. So how that came about was we've got a rōpū called Mai Pātaka Kōrero o Te Aroha, and it was pretty much just a bunch of us that were really interested in the Maramataka, and we were very fortunate to be guided right from the very start from our dear Papariri up in Africa. So he took us all under his wing. Gee, he's got patience. And I remember the wānanga that we used to have back then, and we learnt a lot from Papa, and I used to always sit there and think, what about the wahine perspective? What about the wahine? Because it was kai, and so it should be, kai and my influence, mahina kai. So that led me to a path of discovering wahine, atua wahine. Yeah, I just did this last night. Oh, is it upside
I'm
down?
not supposed to tell anyone, yeah? Not working?
I had, it was bigger than this, but everything that was spoke of yesterday, I just pretty much took it out because I don't want to say the same thing. I was good. Sorry, I'm not good with technology.
Is it? From the one? No, things not connected. Maybe it's sharing or something. Tanga Te.
Oh, here we go. So I'm here today to talk about the wahine Māori perspective of the Maramataka and its role in the hauora of ourselves and our whānau. The picture on the right, left, sorry, the other right, that was a picture that was gifted by Joseph Surveys from the Mariana Islands, and I just wanted to acknowledge the mana they have around Marama, in Marama, and that's me here with the so karaka. Again, just want to acknowledge our whānau, ngā kātaka kōrero o Te Arawa, and our papaririata, and Maramataka again. So this was one of our wānanga that we had in Maketu for Matariki, and this year, that year, we walked up Pukimaere Hill, and it was funny, we couldn't see the Matariki, and Papa's prediction at that time was that it was going to be a doom and gloom year ahead. And sure enough, what he predicted happened, and that was when the magic all starts happening. So maybe Papa, kōrero, and the other mihi is to whaia aroha. Without her, the knowledge of our atua wahine, I would say, probably not be as strong as it is today. So what is the Maramataka? The Maramataka is a repository of ancient and traditional knowledge, orally handed down throughout the generations by forebears to ensure the sustainability of a healthy environment, thus healthy people. That's why I call it Hawhai in this book, Living by the Maramataka. And I guess that was one of the key things that you get those things and it comes to your mind and it makes you go into other tangents. And when I read that, that being sprung out to the atua wahine and the wahine Māori, how we this is an interesting one. So I'll go back to the wānanga. So when we're in wānanga, I used to ask, is there any connection with the Maramataka and the wahine menstruation cycles? And I used to get sound crickets. And why? Like I used to ask that question and would go around to other wānanga and I'd go to the next wānanga and maybe they had the answer and then I'd ask it again and it still sounded crickets. And so that led me to my studies. That led me to my studies of the alignment of the Maramataka and the wahine because I knew that there was a direct connection there. Firstly, we're tine ahone, we're the first. So therefore, anyway, I get into the preaching side. And so my first son, Marino, he's 21 years old. I think 19 years I've had natural contraception, but I knew how, I knew my cycles, my pahiki, menstruation cycle, so I knew that there was definitely a connection. And that led to my bachelor's, which then led to my master's and now my PhD. And so one time I will stick to this because then I'll talk for heaps. I'll go into other tangents. We had a parakore kaupapa at Maketu Marae in Kāwhia. And I remember the haututu I am, everyone was around there, and I walked around the back. And then I walked around the back, and then I think they got the homestead, must be the papakainga at the back there. And I walked around, and they were sitting on their deck, and they go, oh, if you hongi that rock over there, you'll get hapu. And me, being me, I thought, wow, okay. And so what do I go and do? I went and hongi, I had a hongi with honey. And I was actually wanting to, I had already conceived my son in my wairua beforehand. And I said, oh well, that happens, this will happen. And I knew my time to my ovulation was rākau nui. So I went home and I said to my husband, oh, you got one night. And rākau nui is your night. And sure enough, I found hapu with my son. Okay, so honey and puna, the resting place of Tainui. I'll tell you this really cool kōrero that happened yesterday, but anyway, this is, thank you honey and puna. Oh, I think you might be able to see the houses there. Yeah. So this is the arrival of my son. He became the experiment of what I was thinking. So, right, I'm going to get to the bottom of this. So I became hapu, and then I counted, instead of, I didn't go to a midwife, because I've already got 4 kids. I didn't need a midwife. And anyway, I'd probably get in trouble with Plunkett, because if you don't go to them, they go and pour sifts on you. So arrival day, Tangaroa Mua and Pukehina, that's me there, our whare, and that's the ocean there. So I was looking out at the time and I was in deep labour, I was just trying to look cool for this photo. And then while I was out there, I was thinking in my head, oh, imagine if these dolphins came jumping out of the ocean. And anyway, I was sitting there and the tide was coming in, so I was going on the high tide, and this little fin was waving right in front of me. And that little fin was a seal greeting Maramataka. And not long after that, he was born. Maramataka te ora ingoa hani. So he was born on Tangaroa Mua, 12:36 p.m. high tide. He was big, it was 10 pounds 6 ounces. Yeah. So that was a confirmation that the Maramataka in wahine and our alignments in our menstruation cycles of wahine aligned rua in alignment. Just put your hand up if you want to ask any questions. And so this is him here. Instead of milestones, we had moonstones. And it was very interesting. Every rākau nui, he'd have like these moonstones. And I didn't count his age by years or months, it was by the phases. I don't know if that's going to work. I've got a video there of his moonstones. That's him there in Tahiti, we went to Tahiti. That's Marina. Oh, no, Hawaii. Is that Tahiti? That's oh, that's working. It's his first stand at 9 rākau nui. 10 rākau ato haihai te walk. So my whakaaro for that was, instead of us having Plunkett books for hauora for our wahine Māori, we should have Maramataka books and moonstones instead of milestones or something like that. So there's another kaupapa. And so from this, this is from one of our teachings that Papa Reriata taught us, the moon dial. I'm not sure if you've seen the moon dial. This is what I've created and I'm still creating. It's taken me a long time, but in atua and wairua it's not long, because these things can't be rushed. These can't be forced actually. Te wā o hine is something that I created, and I've almost finished connecting the phases to the atua wahine, because they're atua tāne, but there's always the atua wahine, the wahine energy to those phases. kōrero there, the deeds of the ato wahine are the blueprint for the feminine dimension of divine. The first thing created was not only divine, but a woman. Okay, so very, very powerful. I can't actually explain it in physical. It's all wairua.
You're bringing back the balance.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. Just looking at it, I always hear Papa's voice because I go, "Oh, Papa, I'm too scared." And he goes, "You know, you've got to do it. You've got to be courageous because if it's not created, then if it's not created, then it's not for our future and for our hauora, for our wahine." And many times I don't want to study because I'm not an academic, and you'll just keep pushing me through, and all the rest of the ones from Ngā Pātaka Kōrero, okay, keep going, you go for us, I'm like, how? Why am I have to be the one who has to keep going? Yeah, so that's the dial there. And I won't go into all of the phases. Well, I don't even have all the phases, but I won't go into the ones that I have because I'm still doing my PhD, and it's still in. Part of the journey that I've already done with wahine, just in my own curiosity, we've had a group called Gehine, and that come from Whaiaroha, and these wahine now, probably like 3 years, have started tracking their cycles, the taia. And informally, we still talk, and we've actually had wahine who couldn't have babies, now they've had children. We've also had wahine that had babies, and then they tell me what marama their babies have been born on, and the conscious connection that they have with that baby. It's more than, it's a, I can't explain it, it's that's wairua, that's all I can say. And I think if you're a mama, you know how to do it. So this is the journal that I've created. It's getting flashier. Before it was just a notebook, but it's getting flashier. One day it's going to be an actual book. I try to be flash and print it, but it doesn't look the same when you print it. And the methods of the use, and simple, and this is what Papa taught us, was the tohu, again, observing the tohu every day, the tohu o te rangi, the tohu o te whenua, the tohu o te moana, the tohu o te wai, the tohu o te taia. And also, I just added wahine maramataka, pahiki phase. So it would start on your pahiki on the first day, and then it would go from there. Because even though we have the maramataka, there, the physical one, the wahine have their own one within themselves. So it's kind of like a double layer that should be twisting actually, that the wharetamata, that should be turning, spinning. So even though we have the maramataka, we have our wahine one. So I don't know, some people put up these things on Facebook and social media and say, well, this is Rako Nui and it's you should be a really ace time. For me it's not, because my cycle doesn't align with that. How can you align a human cycle with the cycles of, I don't know, anyway. The different cycles. My cycle is different to your maramataka. Your garden is different to my garden. The way that you weed your garden or the way that I feed my garden is different. And so that's the problem about that. Rako Nui for me, for instance, I'm manic and I don't like it. And some people go, oh, whiro, you're a whiro, like it's the bad time. Actually, I love whiro. I really love whiro. I'm like, phew, God, I love whiro. I love going within, and it grounds me. And so you can't say to someone, oh, that's a bad time, whiro. So that irks me actually. So what you can't tell someone what a maramataka is because they have to live it. And it's based on your wairua, it's based on your hinengaro, and it's based on your whānau actually, and we were surrounded by. So the purpose of that journal is to create your own maramataka. Yeah, and I've seen, even myself, have PTSD. I forgot that part, that's meant to be at the start. Yeah, even though Dad was a hard worker, mahina kai, he was also a hard drinker, and that came down to us kids. So we got the bash a lot of times, got a lot of writings, so did my mum. And so I guess for us, or for Dad, going out mahina kai was his way of healing, because it's not his fault, because he had the same. And it was the same, I mean, colonisation period there. But I'm not going to go into that. So this was a way of healing. This is a way of healing. I've had a friend who was suicidal, who almost committed suicide, and she was dealing with gehu and makitu. She started this in karakia and stuff, and now she's weaving. So her vehicle, her ara was through weaving, and that was through the Maramataka Symposium. So anyway, I won't talk too much about that again. So the alignments of the wahine, atua wahine and the Maramataka phases. So these are a couple of examples that I've put up, and these are all, so the huna phase. Huna, when I first read it, it was huna, and huna was a bad time, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, when I read more into it, if we think of it in an atua wahine perspective, the huna is an atua kaitiaki of the harakeke. She was a protector and upholder of the weaver's mana, and the mana associated with weaving. The word huna, meaning to hide or conceal, relates to the practice of removing one's weaving upon the arrival of visitors. Koina hoki te pūtakitanga o ngā mana o ngā wahine mōhio ki te rāranga ki te whatu kākahu me o ngā atu tīwhanga ngā pūritia awa mai o whānau mōhio. And with the other wahine that I'm with and I work with informally, if we pay for it, I just do it. I talk about the huna phase as a time to work on yourself, on the huna, on the mask. You know, you've got the mask that you wear when you're in or the mask that you wear when you're in public, and then you go home and then you take that mask off and you work on that other mask. So the huna phases that I refer to as that, and I ask that you, you know, korero with huna on help healing that mask behind that face. That's the huna. And this is a wānanga that we had last year, this is at our marae o Kamarako. And we had a pure, it was a chapa the 12th. And then I said, all right, we'll go out on the water at 12 past 12. And we had a pure there, and there was about 4 phones. And as she was doing the pure, I've got a video of it, you could see the, as you can see, the blurriness on 4 different phones, that blurriness, so that's the one of available, what do you want us to call it. And once the pure had finished, you'll see it all disappearing. So that's the mana of the circle, the sacred circle, and that's the mana of the wahine joining together. Hene kōrako, this is another kaitiaki, and this is also an Aroha Yates Smith's thesis. Hene kōrako, and hene kōrako was the halo around the moon. As you see there, a lot of times we spend observations every day with a tohu and a taio. And hene kōrako was one of the kaitiaki of the Takitimu waka. And it really interested me because sitting with Whaiaramari Stewart. She's Paki. I think she's amazing. And I was sitting with her and I said, Whaia, do you know the kōrero of hene kōrako, hene mākehu, hene kōrero, the kaitiaki o the tamatia, the Takitimu Waka, the whales? She goes, yes. And she explained it, which kind of like went like that for me. And she says, do you know what the footprint of a whale is? And I said, no. And she goes, when the whale brings down its tail, it makes a calm water. So I thought about when they were bringing the Takitimu Waka through, it probably was on the tamatia winds, and on the tamatia winds in the ocean was very rough. So I'm guessing, this is what I think, when they were going through those rough waters to get to Aotearoa, that the kaitiaki were going through and splashing their tails down so that the waka would come to New Zealand. And then I thought, hene kōrako, they were probably watching the moon, because if the halo was around the Marama, it means that bad weather's going to come, or storm, rain.
Aloha mai te wei. If you don't mind, can I just say?
Yeah. Yeah.
So Ramani is also a relation of mine from Ngāti Awa side. One of the things that the old people talk about with hene kōrako and Kapukura around Takitimu Waka is when the tōmora were flanking the waka, when they would breathe and then they'd spit out in the blowhole, and this on a lunar night, on a big night like that, it created a halo, and that's the effect that came out. Is this halo come up when it would breathe. That's really what they're talking about. That's the hene kōrako that they're talking about. As it's going along, it'll go woof, coming up from all the whales, and you'd see this phenomenon, this thought. Yeah, just to share that.
Beautiful. Thank you for that.
So it's following them along as we've got Bentleys that come in talking about it.
Can I keep that kōrero?
Yes, sure. Antata ki te kōrero.
Not keep it, but Rāmpo Nui. So, we spoke about Hene before, and I've aligned there to Rāmpo Nui formally here, Hene was created from the pubic region of the body of the Tuanuku by Tāne and his brothers. It's shaped from the Kuruwaka, the most fertile part of his body. Hene Ahumoni provided the female element, the uha, long sought after Tāne. The sexual union of Hene Ahumoni and Tāne produced a human life transport. So the alignments for Rāmpo Nui on the vial that created is to Hene Ahumoni. And then Whiro. Whiro is with Hene Nui o Te Pō, but in saying that, Hene Nui o Te Pō is beautiful because she was first Hene Ahumoni. So, I don't know why people, and I've read kōrero, and I don't know if it's right, but I read kōrero on Whiro was actually a wahine. And also Hene Wharaurangi. Hene Wharaurangi is produced the ariki line, and is manifested richly in the use of leaves. Another sign of profound love about all these prescribed by Hene Wharaurangi, and so Māori fulfill this. And that is try to get that through that as fast as I possibly could, so we could open the floor and possibly have a kōrero with each other, because my journey and your journey is all different. So, is anyone currently want to have a talk on anything on here.
I disagree with what you say about Fido. I think he or she got a bum rep.
Mm.
And that some of the teachings that have come down from our people, they talk about Fido and about he was the one that was around discipline, and so when you've got Parker saying, drawing that comparison that he or she was similar to the devil and all that type of stuff. I think that it didn't do. It just oppressed a lot of the teachings of our around Fido, around the Atu. So yeah, I agree. Kei tēnā, kei tēnā.
I really want to thank you, Davina, for bringing our up to wahine to the fore. That kind of erasure is frustrated me. And yes, I really appreciate that, and also this take on our own personal maramataka. That's something that really makes a lot of sense, and hearing kind of broad brush approaches, and as we know, the hundreds of different maramataka there are, bringing back within how that aligns with our cycles. And I find differences between winter and summer, and my cycle like switches around, and I don't know if that's common, but it's really interesting to me how that can happen, and just enjoy following that and using it as a tool to tune into myself. What you're doing is really important, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Couldn't do it on my own. There's a lot of us. There's a lot of us here. Well, they're not here, but they're here. Papa texts me, what time are you on? I said in 15 minutes. So it's probably, I don't know if this is a video, but hi Papa, if you're watching. So there's a lot of people behind. I didn't create this on my own. I'm just the one that had to keep going. Keep me in. But thank you. And the more wahine start creating their own maramataka, the more it will become normalised. Because of normalised colonisation in the way that we should be like that. So that's the whole purpose of this.
My aunties for the last 10 years have been harassing me about where's the wahine perspective in your mahi. So I work in the paiao, and they're still saying, where's the wahine perspective? All we're hearing is about your tongue, what she's doing and that. Where's our wahine's perspective and this whole thing? So I found this beautiful wahine. I'm retiring this year, and I said to her 4 months ago, I said, I hear you've got a new job. She's got a really good job. You're taking my place.
Wow.
So we employed her, and she has the same ahua as you have. So it's taken a long time to find that right person to come in there. And and she's just amazing, absolutely amazing. I didn't even know her background. I just knew she was the one that needed to be in there for that wahine perspective. So and that's something in our tāne ao that we tend to forget. Of that, when we're moving forward into Taiao, is that wahine perspective of moving forward. And where is their role? Where is their place within that kaupapa? So it's very important.
Well, wahine understand their monthly cycle a lot better than us.
Aye, dear right, yeah. When they talk about that, you just go away. Who am I to make a comment about that? When I mean go away, I mean, you know your place.
But we had a couple of tāne that are part of our wahine rōpū that, hey, can I be part of it? Okay, I won't be like, no, wahine, there's you can't enter the wānanga. So okay, you know, you can come in. But the more we spoke in front of them and openly as wahine, empowering each other, you know, one time he said, thank you very much to wahine, because now he can understand his wife better. How can you understand your wife if you're not open to understand her in a way that that you should? So him being part of those wānanga and being around us and listening to our pāhiki and you know these things that we've just found of ourselves, he was able to better understand his wife. And also we're not just wahine physical, we are wahine tani energies.
No.
So there might be a tani that has got quite a lot of feminine energy. So how can he tap into that side if he's only masculine? I'm quite a masculine female, probably more masculine than feminine.
You
But
do way
it's
more
also
pull-ups than me.
about
Seen you on YouTube.
It's also about that. It's about tapping into those energies, into those atua, because they're not person, they're not people, they're energies. And atua in the taiao, and that's where the connection of the taiao comes into the atua wai and to ourselves. Yeah, but that's another one. Let's carry on talking. And that's just going into, Papa talks about the give back days, so all tani you give back and you go into tani, you go walk into the ngahiri. And you know, that can be going into the ngahiri and hugging the tree, probably get up, but and then you feel the energy with the tree, you mihi to the tree, you give hongi, you give a hug. The other space that I work in Rongoa Māori, I'll talk quickly about this funny story. When the COVID happened, our whānau from Te Mahure and Rai, cousin, can you make some rongoa? That was the first COVID. I said, what, you got all your rongoa practitioners up there in Auckland? Oh no, they're all gone inside. They all locked themselves up. Okay. And so we're down home and I said, how many do you want? How many packs? Oh, about bloody 1,000 or 500 or something. 500! Anyway, I went into the ngahiri at home, but as I was going over the Rotoma hills, I says, gee, I'm going to need a whole tree, a whole kawakawa tree to be able to make enough for the whānau, because everyone was scared at the time and everyone locked themselves up. And then I drove around and I did a karakia, and as I drove around, this kawakawa tree had landed on the road. And I was like, oh, no, I really have to make it. I can't use it as an excuse. And so from that, we were able to make the rongoa, the panipani, the wairako, and our other whanauna roimata, she made the soaps. So we were able to, in total, I think, make enough rongoa kete for our ngāpuhi whānau in Tamaki Makaurau, but also we had this flash thing that Papa gave us, Essential Services Pass. We were able to go all the way up to Kaikohe and give those back. So that's just the mana of our ngāhere. But I think I'm finished now. Am I finished?
No, I have a question, one more
Oh,
question.
yeah.
So also just to mention that this fabulous kōrero, and you know, the fact that you're the one that's sharing this information, you know, to your others behind you, like it's so important that someone is doing it, because if not you, then who, you know? So I have 5 daughters, and this, you know, this knowledge they will have from the start. You know, they will be in tune with their cycle. You know, my hope is that this will set them up for a lifelong journey with the atua wahine. Is there any kōrero about how we introduce our kōrero to their mate, like to their menstruation, like from our tikuna or away? You know, obviously now that we're colonised, like no one talks about it and it's all hidden away. And you know, whereas when I was my toa, like it was, you know, you've become a woman and it was really celebrated, and we talked about all of the wahine that had come before me to get me here today. So I just wondered if there's you know, apart from wanting to go and have another baby so that I can, in line with the Maramataka, which I'm not because I've got 7 months enough, but yeah, I just want to make it a really special something, and I just wonder if there's
a wahine in Timaru that
Sophia,
yeah. What's her
My
wahine?
niece. Sophia, yeah, she's my niece.
More like
That's
the
good.
wānanga were whangatahi.
Warrior Princess.
Yeah, Warrior Princess, that's it, kapai.
okay.
So they start the kids before the
Yeah.
young kōtiros. There's a whole program they work through. Yeah. I'll get her contacts.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that's stunning.
Thank you.
We also have wānanga in Hokianga as well for te rā ahua, mo reira mihi ana kakui. Ai noho ana i he raro i te pāowhiria, te rā take kāinga. And I must, when I started birthing, I asked, our whānau hahanga tikanga Māori, and I was fortunate because we grew up with Uncle Toimars and next to our whare, so he took us through all of the protocols for birthing, which we followed, and it was a mix between doing it yourself and the hospital. It was very new to them and they weren't very accepting at that time. That's 21 years ago. Now they're bringing it in and incorporating it into that sharing with wahine before they go into birthing. I'm actually doing my PhD on Māori kai sovereignty at this stage, so aligning the Maramataka, growing massive gardens, and you know, that cycle though, it's made me think more about going back to that, even though I've finished having babies now. It is an important concept in our daily lives, and more to be talked about, even the contraceptive side of wahine, understanding that and not needing to put all these chemicals and things that can cause other issues into our bodies.
Anyone else for the kōrero?
Sophia Tuala.
The other one is Te Awa Akua.
We should brought up in teams in Paraguay. There's a place north of there that's called it's wrong named. It's called Wairotahe. It's actually called Wairotahe. And so there's a puna up the top there where our women were taking Ngāti Maru, and that's what they'll have their Wairotahe is the property. Yeah, up the top there's a puna up the top there, and that was only for our women. So it was a restricted area. Nobody else would go there, but our women would go during their time to cleanse themselves. Well, it's just.
Is that an invitation?
Well, that's where I was thinking, because you're from, you were brought up there, that's why.
There's 2 hot springs over on the west coast, Mawhira and Strictly Wahine, for that same reason. One's for birthing and one's for menstruation.
Is anyone getting those notes? Do a hikoi of all these beautiful places.
Taki Maha, the hub, Bruce Bay.
Bruce Bay.
Yeah, so he koe up in the Nahi.
Tēnā koe I te puna ai o me au kuku katoa I titia pai ana toku ngā koe. Nā tō kaha te toi a mai. Kia hau nei, he pōhara katoa nā tēnei ao ingari toi a mai katoa I te maharei koratanga hei puna whakawhiti kōrero mā tātou. Nā rongi I tēnā kai te mea te kia hui I te tita. He pātai tāpū. Engari ki tukauta I tēnei rongi tarahana, te miharo ki au kuku katoa. When I heard your whole presentation, I kōrero and the kōrero coming out, I guess this part-time might be for all of us here because it's something I struggle and grapple with. Is that when I hear your kōrero, it reminds me of our whare wānanga, depending on our whānau, hapu, iwi, from the far north, and which whare wānanga we talk about in their teachings. And in particular, I'm talking about the whare wānanga when we do our learning, it's broken up into the 3 trimesters of our wahine and the learning that we do. And when I hear your kōrero and some of the kōrero coming here, like food sovereignty and the stuff we're doing, the ikura, how we celebrate that, well, intrinsically it sits within our DNA from Mairano, and it feels so natural and having that natural alignment. I'm aware of the current pressures that all our whānau have and the impact of our world. And I think of all like your tamaiti and the whānau that are aligning themselves to your mahi. Therefore, the challenge I have in the pātai is like with that whare wānanga and our learning. And when you have that first stage in the trimesters, within there, there's certain protective factors you need to wrap around your mahi. Because when I hear your mahi, ki te ao whānau, it's like, oh, it's innovative, wow, it's amazing. It's like, just returning to what you naturally know, tino morenga mai. But I'm aware, ki rote te ao whānau, it's like a complete disrupt when you have time and milestones. Therefore, how do we protect our whānau that are in this new stages and protect them on that journey when the whole world is saying, kāre tika, you got to go for time. That's my big pātai with all the stuff that we're doing here. And tapu pātai kia koe. So kia hanga mai tētahi koro wai manaki.
Yeah, I can't actually answer that because I'm fighting it. I'm not fighting, but I'm actually going through a transition. So I can't actually answer that in the way that I know I can answer it. And I won't talk about it in this. Yeah, but in time, not the Gregorian time, but in time, yeah, things will start happening. But just saying, especially, it makes me a bit goody when now that the Maramataka is out in the mainstream, there's a lot of it that if you don't get guided properly, you're going to go on another. You can go somewhere else, and that place is not for you. And you can only know where your place is when you follow your own. And some people, you got to go back home. Well, no, your home is where you are. That's where your Maramataka is. You can't take your home Maramataka to Auckland. It's what the Hokianga usually is to Auckland. But I believe that more wahine we need to come together and empower each other and have these wānanga. I can't physically do it because I'm pretty busy, but I in hope, and that's what keeps me going. Actually, get an extension. I'm not an academic. I'm dumb as hell. To write a sentence, I've got to Google it. It's hard for me to write.
Yeah.
And but I'm lucky that I've got Isaac as my supervisor. But I hope at the end of this PhD, what I'm actually trying to create is a tool, is a framework. And one day that journal will become Flash, and it'll be available for free.
Yep, we're in.
Because I'm so damn angry when people make it a commodity. The Maramataka, and this is how Papareria taught us. He shares it to us for free, so we shouldn't make a commodity. Or people shouldn't sit in wānanga and take bits of it and go, right, I'm going to write a book about that, I'm going to chuck it in a book, there's $30. How can you ever do that? If you've never lived it. Did the elders give you permission? God, have you lived it? You can't just take things and put it in a book and sell it. You can't create things. Sorry, I need to go back. I'm getting angry because these are the things that we think. And that's why I say we need to be protected, and we need to protect ourselves, and we need to protect the mana of our atua wahine. And Whai Aroha, she's another one that got. Sometimes she growls me and I think, oh shit, pull myself back. Any atua wahine, they're there. They're there every day. All you need to do is see where the way the wind's blowing. Or you go outside and then a bird comes by you. And then, just little things. And those are the beautiful things that you see when women start connecting to the Maramataka themselves. And they'll go, oh, do you know the tamatias? I don't like tamatia faces. And I said, oh, why? And they start explaining the Maramataka and the tamatia phases. Or they start explaining when you get your menstruation cycle, you're super powerful. And then if you have your menstruation on Rako Nui, you got two powers there. You got the energy of the Taiao and you got the energy of the sun. Boom. And that's why I end up being manic. Because I don't know how to control that energy. But I put it into the Taiao. But that's something that we'll hopefully be able to. You've got to find evidence for these things. And you read books and books and books and you spend your time in libraries, and I love libraries actually, and you spend your time trying to find this one sentence that will give you evidence that this is true. But how can you say that when I know it in myself that it's true? But we have to do this because apira manata said it. We've got to walk in the way, means walk the world to be able to walk in it. And it's hard when you're trying to walk in that world and walk in this world. And that's a reo in itself, the Taiao. Taiao has its own. But anyway.
Maybe that's a part for you to maybe to look to explore. Because I'm pretty sick of hearing about excuses around when our women are having their ikura, that, oh, she's having her ikura now.
Yes, well.
You know, and I mean, the point I'm making is what you've just talked about, that it's the manic side. I reckon at our kuia and at the Ruru, he would be talking to the mokopuna and making sure that they don't change something that's really powerful for our women to something that's manic. You know, and so to change it around, to change it up, that's what you probably might want to look at in your PhD too. That we need our Ruru there to shape and bring our women up so that they're not going to be manic, they're not going to be wondering what the hell's going on, but to change it to make, because they always talk about it, the talk that we get, it's about a powerful time for a woman. Yeah.
Changing the language.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just want to tautoko your kōrero before, as we as mana whenua start asserting ourselves more and more in today's society, the pressures come on more and more. And I remember Tipini Reagan saying when we signed our signed our treaty settlement, we think, Iriapiti Ramsden also said, once we signed on this dotted line, we'll really see the true racism come out now. And so the more we assert ourselves out there, the more we become a threat to them. And so the rhetoric gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And of course, who's getting attacked in our world, political world today? It's our wahine Māori. You know, they are, you don't see our men getting attacked like they are. They're challenged on everything. So how do we protect, and as we say, we have to build that strong korowai around our wahine. You know, being there, just the fact we're there with them is a statement in itself. You know, and we're coming into a very ugly period in this country at the moment with all the rhetoric going around, and that's so, you know, we have to be stronger than we were way back. We have to be really strong. I work in that environment. I sit on a daily basis and get racially abused on a regular basis. What would you bloody marriage know? That sort of stuff. Yeah, marriage. And it's the language, how you respond. So it's the language you use. It's not abuse. It's not yelling at screaming. It's being very logical. It's knowing your whakapapa, knowing your treaty entitlements or whatever you want to call them, the treaty settlement, what you got, and it's how you portray that over to those folk. So that's the word is a powerful weapon, more powerful than any other weapon you can get. The others may kill you, but that word can change things. So we've got to be strong on, and our rangatahi that are coming through, you know, they've all got the reo now, they've got this thing up there. And they're the ones that are going to have to fight these battles once we've moved on and that. So we're going to start that pathway for them and making it really easy. So I'm loving this kōrero. This is awesome. So, kia ora.
I love what the matua reminded us again. It's a soul sparked by your beautiful presentation of kōrero. Now my mind is wondering, like what the matua mentioned here. He mentioned the ruruhi, that used to be one of our natural teaching factors. Like I love the mahi here in a Bentleys, but I'm wondering what other practices did we have to wrap around our wahine with the hikora and all these things. And I'm wondering, well, like you said, he peke kaupapa tira, and it's like, what, we want more. So I'm really curious about that. I can hear the answer to my question as well. It's just my heart felt when your kōrero, you're talking about those ones who, you know, they thought they were mākatū, they were crazy, which is so typical when they, and the matua reminded us, and that's why I feel for you, Ehine, because to me, regardless how you feel, I've seen others, it's heavy for a wahine to carry. That's where my question was sparked from. She reminded us we're especially targeted, not just as Māori, we have to work 10 times as hard to walk both worlds and straddle, but especially I find for myself as a wahine Māori, especially challenged. So in this world with all these dominant stereotypes, that's where my pātai came from. Therefore, I heard within my pātai, and the reminder from your kōrero that wahine had the best, especially that whole gestation, the whole whakaaro. I'm wondering what the practices now reminded me that we're the best in terms of katiakitanga, that whole intrinsic learning. So I'm wondering what some of those practices were. They're to wrap around us, and they could be a key factor for some of us on any of this mahi doing. Thanks to the staff of your beautiful kōmeto ngāpai me te wahi o puta mai. Thank you, Mihi.
Two most precious gifts in our world was fresh water, wai Māori, and the female species, because they both give life.
I too want to acknowledge the kōrero about what you said about ruruhi. Because we know now that we know what some kōrero that we can give and bring it back to our atua wahine. When my kids were going through it, I got nervous about going through. So my oldest is 26, and so when it was time to start giving the kōrero, I got nervous, and I'm glad I was nervous because my mother gave the kōrero to all of them. It got to the third one, and I was like, "You got this." I got the next one, and I've got 4 girls, 1 boy, and so now that I sit and you said that, I can connect with that because I feel I actually feel privileged that my kids got to get my mum to do the kōrero, which means my next step up is with my mokopuna. So I just wanted to acknowledge that and thank you for that, because it was a bit of an affirmation and a tohu, even though the tohu came a few years later, that I was on the right path. And I was just led in that moment. So yes, and I also want to acknowledge too, I also enjoy whiro. And it's always been like at the beginning people would say when I started the journey, oh, whiro's bad. Always whiro's kino. And I was like, oh, well, just like you can't grow in a space of comforts, you know, you embrace that unknown, but the way that you explained it, I really appreciated it, because that is my most productive time. I'm by myself, reconnecting, and then kind of like rebirthing every month. Yeah, so I just wanted to acknowledge that amongst all the other beautiful kōrero, and I a little bit stalky on Facebook too, so I'm a little bit fangirl with that. And then our alignment is our names are Davina. So. Actually, a little bit fangirl.
Yeah, I just want to go into that more, and you talk about these things. There's a wahine, there's beautiful kaitiaki that lead the way in the menstruation. There's beautiful kaitiaki that lead the way in childbirth and midwifery. There's beautiful wahine that can lead all those different ara. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is we're all gifted at something, but if we use the Maramataka, the wahine Maramataka because we are it, we'll find those people that can do those things and come together and create our own empires. But yeah, that's the.
It got me thinking around why do we
some women flourish in Piro, and it got me thinking around the trauma. Is it because of trauma we've been through during our lifetime that our psyche aligns more with Piro or Himini? And another thing is that a lot of younger people, or especially me, is I'm withholding my ability to give kids because I don't like this world. Like I don't like the world that we're living in, and I don't want to bring a child into this world knowing the state that this world is in. Just another part of it. It's beautiful. You're not alone in that. My son's the same. He doesn't like the very reason. So it's beautiful for Kaiwa. And part when we have our wānanga, and for $400 you can come, so it covers the marae costs in our kai. But these are kind of, we don't have like big wānanga, we just come together as wahine and okay, we'll get that marae, we come together and we talk like this for hours, and then I've got friends, I can do miri and I can do this and that, and we all come together, we have tables in the wharenui and they give miri. But we also talk about those traumas. A lot of our wahine are sexually abused, and so all those traumas come out. We had one wahine who she started bleeding, her hand started bleeding, just talking about it. And that's when we had the puri in the ocean, in that photo, that was releasing all of that that we spoke of. And as you could see all the magic. So those trauma spaces need to be spoken of. And the Maramataka and those cycles, that's why they have those cycles. And Papa always talks like, we don't go like this, we go like this. So we have those times of healing, and then we have those times of resting, and then we have those times of, throwing out kai, going out to tangaroa, going fishing. So those cycles are like that for a reason. The universe created those for a reason, not for us to just go like that. And think if we're not productive, if we're not busy, if we're not working 24/7, well, we're hopeless. Yeah, thank you. That's very important to and I don't know, I didn't sign that consent form. So, I think my time is up, is it up?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Ka tia kei konei, mo te haukoti, aroha mai e te mana mārikura, engari mihi tonu ana ki a koe mau e hora nei ngā kai me ngā mātauranga, ngā wheako o pāngi e koe, o tira te Māori ake nei o ngā kōrero kōputa, me te Māori ake nei o tēnei āhua o tātou noho, te wānanga tahi mohe ana tātou te Māori, mātou te Māori, tai ana tātou te wānanga o te pōko o te ao, he oi. Mō tēnei rā, me kore pēr e haere kia pō rāno, he oi, e mihi tonu ana ki a koe, me koutou tātou e ata whāngai nei te ahi kōrero, ki ngā pātai ki ngā kōrero, o koutou anō wheako no e tēnei mihi kauana i tēnei āhuatanga. I runga nō i te āhuatanga o te waitikana kia haukotia, tēnei wahanga kia tātou engari, mei kore ake tā mātou mihi kia koe te whaia. O tira he pakataonga tēnei, moto haere mai, tēnei rangi, tēnei ata, tēnā.
I've just been here.
Thank you all for being in the circle with us. Up in the room. Oh, I think we'll just keep it open. Yeah. Keep it open. Have a karakia at the end. I'll run out of karakias. Yeah, so in about 5 minutes, you can rush down to get to the next session.
So I've asked the IT guy.
Yep.
Is it called like oh, you must be the same one.
I thought I might have been. I just want to get ready. I walked straight back.
We went to Hopkins last night. Oh, really? Because you could charge back if they want like a few motels done, like a few restaurants done. Oh, nothing on doing that. Doing it yourself.
Yeah, I should do the same credits for
Oh, just stay here.
Sorry, are you? No, I'm just making sure everyone has a seat. Oh, it's just someone's bag.
There's plenty of chairs for
I forgot the seats to join the queue. I'm trying to move them. Oh, I see.
Someone's there or they just left them there. Oh. Sorry.
Tēnā nō tātou, te mana koe e tawana te ko, ko te wahanga tuatahi o te rangi nei, ka tahiri nāne ki te wahanga tuarua, pai ka kauki. Tēnā tēnei ko validation, revitalisation and enhancement of Māori environmental knowledge of weather and climate, pai ki taki whānui. Nā te matua nei te rua anku Apanui Skipa. Ko Apanui Skipa, he uri tēnei no whānau Apanui, ngā tama te rao me Ngāti Raukawa. Currently based in Tapuwai, Patukahu, on the Coromandel Peninsula, working for MPI Fisheries NZ. In January 2016, Skipper was awarded research funding from the Vision Mātauranga Government Science Program as a part of the Deep South National Science Challenge. This funding enabled him to work closely with knowledge holders from Ngāi Tahu Whānui to identify, revitalise and promote the use of environmental indicators to forecast weather and climate extremes. He's been asked to share his findings at this Maramataka Symposium. No reira, e te iwi kia whakarongo pikari mai ki tēnei rangatira o tātou Apanui Skipper.
Ngana te tofi tōtarangi e tu nei he ngana riri, he ngana taua, he wewe nuku, he wewe rangi. Te tūnga te kāwarura, te hautanga haramira, ka te toki nui, te toki toki roa, te toki toki tāwāhie, ka whanatūau, ka hahau i te takapū o te rangi. Riri mai nei, nguha mai nei, kāhinga, kā mate, hau mate. Uhi we roto mai te mauria tēri wānanga ki te whenua, haumi e hui e. Nā kā tira, kai kuranga tira, kai kuraukura, koutou, ngā urukai ka, o te whare wānanga o Waitaha, nei rā te karamihi o tau, ia ko te katoa, ngā koutou, i whakatūteri, wānanga whakahararo o tātou, o tātou, no reira tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou huri mai te whare, tēnā rā tātou katoa. Koutou, ngā mātāwa ka ngā tuakana me ngā tuahine, puta noi ngā mautere o te mana nui a kiwa, nei rā te mihi, nei rā te mihi, nei rā te mihi kia te katoa. Ai tikana te kōrero ko Apanui Skipper taku ingoa. Morning, my name is Apanui Skipper. Yes, that's everything he said. I was going to say that anyway, but I'm not going to. I don't have to cover that part now, so that's all good. I want to try and make this as informal as possible, like the tweeting over here Davina has done. It's really good that we've got this circle going instead of having, rows and that sort of thing, like a big show. Just to let you know that I am in MPI, the Ministry of Primary Industries, with Fisheries New Zealand, in the customary space. So all the stuff that I've done has led up to me in this space right now. But the whai whai te rero at the wainua, ka pā mai, whakapā mai ki runga ki a hau. Ana ngā mea tangarua. Before that, before MPI, I was working with NEWA for nearly 20 years. And there's some of the people in this room here that I've spent a little bit of time with, been really lucky. And that's why when I was asked by Kari to just to report back on some of the findings from my thesis, I jumped at it, only because of the aroha that was shown by some of the knowledge holders from Ngāi Tahu. And one from Swaki, and that's Carl. But before I go any further, I'll just give a slight, a brief overview of my presentation. So I'm going to provide a little bit of background that led up to my thesis, its purpose. I'm not going to go into the methods and methodology side of things, but I'm going to cut out half of this stuff. And I'd rather, after the presentation, use the model that Davina has just shown us this morning. That is to provide some time, a lot more time for questions and answers to take place. My key research questions: why I've got Indigenous research, environmental knowledge in that part, why I infused it into the thesis. I covered in my thesis, I looked at 10 areas of Aotearoa, but I cut it right back to 3. And Ngāi Tahu is the one I'm going to be talking about today. I'm going to be talking what does Māori environmental knowledge mean regarding weather and climate, and I'm going to provide some examples of what that means. Impacts of climate change. Climate change is over everything, no matter what we do in this world. Key findings and a summary. So leading up to 2003, there was a lot of research being conducted with other Indigenous peoples around the world, the Inuit people up in the Arctic Circle and other areas as well. That wasn't lost in my colleagues within NIWA. I'm talking about non-Māori scientists. They wanted to, they didn't say, oh, what do our people know? Our Māori people know here in Aotearoa. So what they did is they held an inaugural Māori Climate Forum in Hongweka Marae, Limited, Wellington. So during that day they had a whole lot of presenters talking about all these different climate projects around farming, forestry, fisheries. And at the end of the day, this other jump up, I don't know if I've got a pointer on this planet. This person here, who's my uncle. This person here is named Bill Tawhai, and you referenced him in this book. He didn't actually publish that book, it was his wife. Much to the, I don't think his kid were very supportive of that, and I don't think our people were very supportive of the fact that that book was published as well. However, Bill Tawhai was a very close uncle of my family, and he jumped up and he said to everybody, look, really enjoyed the presentations. Then he turned around and said, however, what do you know about what we know about the weather and climate? And of course, the answer, the short answer was we don't nothing. And he said, I suggest you do some research with our people around the Motu to get a better understanding of what's happening right now with weather and climate. Might even give you a bit of a better understanding about some of the solutions, to follow off the back of that engagement with whānau hapuniwi around the Motu. I wasn't there at that first one. Didn't know who was the elder that jumped up. And anyhow, I got this climatologist from NIWA come up to me and go, look, Apani, we need to do some research and we need to do it now. I said, okay, what area are you looking at? And how long are we going to take to engage with them to work that part out? So around here in the Bay of Plenty, the Eastern Bay of Plenty over here and up here and around the Coromandel Peninsula. I said, well, you're lucky in two parts. One, in Coromandel, that's where my mother's people are from. And two, from the Eastern Bay of Plenty is where my dad's people are from whānau. And what's the kaupapa? And he said, oh, we need to know about what Māori know about weather and climate. I said, oh, that's easy. I've got an uncle here, so he can predict the weather. And that was Bill Tawhai. How I know this is through first-hand experience. I hadn't seen him for many years, and so we're there by the beach, clear day, not a cloud in the sky, the moana was calm. And after about 2 hours talking catching up with this uncle of ours, he turned around and goes, oh, looked out to sea, went, oh, I've got to go now, boy, I'll catch you later. He goes, oh, what's up? He goes, oh, he's still going to come and smash into us. I've got to go and prepare and lock things down and whatnot. Oh, okay. Then I got a bit cheeky and asked him, so when is it going to hit? And he goes, oh, about 8 o'clock tonight. And I said, oh, okay. And I thought he was just pulling my leg. Got to 8 o'clock that night, nothing. And he's just having a joke. Good one, Uncle. And 5-10 minutes passed, quarter past, drip, drip, drip. About 1/2 past, it was blowing a gale. Our tent were ripped up, went into shreds. It smashed everything. Boats were flipped, trees fell down, and it hung around for about 4 days before it pitted out. But I never forgot that part. And so when that climatologist colleague of mine came to me, do I know anybody that knows anything about weather? Traditional, Māori traditional weather? Yeah, I've got an uncle who knows about that. So I gave him a ring, contacted him and asked him, look, would you be interested in helping us out? And we've got a bit of a research project in mind. Would you be interested in supporting me? And he goes, sure. With a big smile on his face, because I didn't know that he was the chap that was at this inaugural hui climate forum in the first part. So I think he was doing the Jedi mind trick, and everybody knew this mokopuna was in this Pākehā institution. Anyhow, long story short, we got funding to do some, some mahi with our old people back home. So this is how he would do things, I'd say to him, look, I need to organise a hui with you. He goes, yeah, sure, okay. But you and me. I said, well, I'll travel, so make it easy for you. You don't have to do anything, I'll do it myself. So I went down to Whakatane. I was working there at the Whare Wānau Awanui Arangi at that time as one of their kaumātua, and he looked after the Mātauranga Māori space at that time. And he goes, oh, by the way, I've got a few of my cousins with me. They think they're going to come for a nohi. Nohi means just to listen in and don't not contribute, no, just sit and listen. There were 17 kaumātua that came with him, and the oldest was 93 and the youngest was 75. He was about late 70s at that time. And all of them ended up being part of a wānanga. He facilitated. It was just going to be a catch-up with this uncle, starting to plan out what we're going to do for this research project. And that turned into a massive a two-day wānanga. And so here's me, and Mokopuna, in a privileged space. They all talked Māori, all their first language is Māori. And all of them have been living in whanau all their lives. So they had a really in-depth understanding about their space. This is just giving you a bit more context. So, we did this project, and this cousin of mine, who was a climatologist from Ngāti Raukawa, back in those days he didn't really see himself as being Māori. It was more part of his father was his half caste, Pākehā. But that journey that he cut his teeth on that first research project with my father's people, my mother's people. He was more interested about the more pure mainstream science side, as opposed to doing this, and he felt it like, oh God, I have to do this sort of stuff. And after the end of that project, there's a few deliverables that came out of it, paper, some bilingual posters as well around weather and climate indicators, that sort of thing. But that stuff went around the whole world. At that time, around in 2005, we were invited to go to other places like the Kyoto Climate Symposium over in Japan, that sort of stuff. And this sort of quarter, what came out of that initial scoping study with Te Whanau Apanui and Hauraki, it sort of got around a bit. Okay. So this next one I'm going to be, not long after that, probably about 4 or 5 years after that, I thought about doing a thesis, and it wasn't going to be on climate and weather and climate. It was going to be on whakapapa, because that's my thing. And then a colleague of mine, a director of mine, said, well, didn't you go and base it on your father and mother's people, on that weather and climate stuff? And as a fool, well, I thought I was a fool back then. I said, yeah, okay, I'll do that. Can you imagine trying to get a better understanding how the damn weather works? You know? And I thought, well, I've got my uncle there, you know, and so I thought it'd be an easy thing. I'd be able to sit there, and it'd all just come to me on my plate, land on my plate over here. And so I went down this path, got all the stuff worked out, spent some time with him. That was in 2009, 2010, he died. And we had all this planned. I've got all these mates in overseas. I've got all these ones around. I've got this one over in Taranaki. Everyone knows him as Waipururangi, Waikere Pururangi, the chap from over in Taranaki. That's his mate from the old... Pardon? Oirangi Waikere Puru. That's him, but he knew him as he had a Pākehā name at Ardmore at the Teachers Training College back then. So he had all these kaumātua lined up. Unfortunately, you might remember some of the stuff that was said yesterday about urgency. And some even talked about it in the urgency over in Hawaii. A lot of those people died. They passed on. Yeah, so I had this uncle, and he died in 2010. Okay. My thesis, it was entitled Ko te kawa tūpanapana ngā hau tūpua a tāwhiri mātea. Loosely translated, it means the ritualistic forms governing the supernatural winds of tāwhiri mātea. I'm not going to assume that you all know who tāwhiri mātea is. in Hawaii, I think the closest might be Maumau. So this one here is the kind of weather, tempest, storms, all that type of stuff. The purpose of my PhD thesis was to explore Māori environmental knowledge, expertise, and customary cultural understandings of weather and climate, and determine what currently exists. So this is the other two case studies with Hauraki, Te Whānau Apane, and also Ngāi Taipū. And I'm going to talk about that one later. That involves an interview that I had with a chick from Kaitahu, Joseph Hullins, in regards to the Tasman. Well, I don't know if you can call it a glacier now.
Haupapa.
Yeah, you can read all that part there, thematic analysis and all that sort of stuff. I want to try and keep it as simple as possible. Basically, I did a lot of interviews, tried my hardest to do a comprehensive literature review as well. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that later on. And I chose my main supervisor was Linda Tuiwai Smith. My associate professors was Pau Temara, and you might know another one, and that was Rangimatanua. And the last one is one of your relations from Waihopai, and his name's Hemi Whānau as well. So I had these people, and I had my uncle, and I thought I was in hard. And then damn thing passes away in 2010. So I'm going to be straight up, they had a bit of I took a bit of a hit. I went, can I do this? I doubted myself, all that type of stuff. So a few years I let it slip a bit. But that fellow wasn't going to allow me to let it slip. And all the kaumātua that had shared a lot of their mātara with me as well. It was burning a hole in there, coming out the other side. I couldn't actually sleep for a while, to be honest. Okay. Key research questions. They're huge, big ones. What is the current status of Māori environmental knowledge here in Aotearoa? What are the key elements that constitute all that knowledge, that body of knowledge of weather and climate? How does one learn to predict the weather? Hey, not small ones, big ones. So, yeah. Are traditional weather, climate, and seasonal predictions still reliable and accurate today? And has climate change impacted on this body of localized knowledge? And that last one is the one I wanted to really sink my teeth into. I'm a person that's really, really interested in that spiritual space, and so it's really cool to hear what Davina was talking about and sort of segue. This is a real perfect segue into from her kōrero, body of her kōrero that she shared with us this morning for this one here. So I'm interested about incantations, about ceremony, rituals, to do with this body of knowledge. Some of you might have heard about some of our ancestors being able to raise storms and calm the storms, especially around going from A to B across from one island to the other. And our people are no different. Okay. Indigenous environmental knowledge. Why have I got this slide up? Well, do you think I could find one book that was just about weather and climate? No, there's nothing. Absolutely nothing. Kia ora, Uncle Bill Tāwhai. There's some that touch on it, like the traditional lifeways of the Southern Māori with Heri species, and I'm referencing this book for the go figure, Kaitahu. He's one of the definitely the better ones, acknowledges that didn't change, as you said, Carl, tikana te kōrero. He didn't change what was shared with him, this Pākehā person that got really passionate about a lot of this environmental knowledge was held by Pau and Toa throughout across the Waipuna. So he was one of them. And there's another person too, that's Sam Robinson. We've got mixed reviews from other people. I'm sort of worried about too much about that noise. one thing I did know that I did hear that he held a lot of manuscripts, family manuscripts have been passed down and it's come to him. And at least he's made an effort to actually put his stuff out there. And I'm very respectful of people that put their view up. If anyone else has got another view, write your own book. Have a go yourself. Tuoi, Elston Bess. A lot of the information in there, these pockets of it that come down from Te Kōkau, and Te Kōkau is the tūpuna, Rangimātā is tūpuna. And so they've got that, you've got other tūpuna that added their 5 cents worth into that as well. But there's a lot of mātauranga in there, and I decided not to actually utilise a lot of that information, that mātauranga, in this one, maybe somewhere else in the future. So with that in mind, that determined, I made the decision, put it that way, that that I needed to do something else. What was that option? Go overseas, check out what our cousins are doing overseas. So I looked at Australia, Samoa, the Inuits, a lot of our people. Linda's husband worked up in on the northwest of Canada and Alaska, and had a lot of engagements with the Inuit people. So very, very lucky. And in Hawaii, I spent quite a bit of time over there. I was told, I'm just trying to remember his name, he's over at one of the universities right now. We looked after him over here, and I went over there. And I asked this chap that I can't remember at the moment, is anybody in Hawaii that knows everything about that weather stuff, the Hawaiian weather stuff? Yes, yeah. I've got a name in mind. And who's that? It's Kale Suha. Oh, Kale Suha, no. Yes, you need to go and follow her up. She's on the Big Island. Well, everybody knows there's Kale Nuhiwa now. And so those are some of the people that we've mixed with. And then, of course, Roxanne back in 2008 when we met with Walter Dudley and my cousin Darren King as well. So we also had a climatologist by the name of Penela Whare with Niwa. He got excited about what we were doing with whanaapirungi and hauraki. So what he did, he went and used a similar model, went back to Samoa and started doing the same thing, spending time with his own family, and then his family had different relationships with other people that were knowledge holders. So he did and put out a paper as well, and that sort of spiraled off into other stuff as well. One of the things I always remember as a kid is rainmakers from Africa. So I went and did some research about that, and I found it absolutely fascinating what our relations from Africa could do. And one of them's in Kenya. So if you were to reference the Kenyan rainwork, it's from Ngangi, you just see this whole universe, and it's absolutely fascinating. To get some time, look them up, because I think it's absolutely awesome the work that they're doing. And people are just finding out and go, they used to scoff at these tohunga. Now they don't scoff at them at all. Because what they've found is that a lot of the farmers in their areas, and they would always go to them as opposed to the other. Their own people, but they came from a very mainstream science background, and they found that there was too much gaps in that body of knowledge. But over here, it was robust and was solid, and it worked. It was accurate. So that's what I found that was quite interesting for me. The other parts there was that differed. But the ones that I chose is that they also had ancestors that were able to influence the weather, and that's the part out of all the other indigenous groups that I looked at. They all could influence the weather, maybe either raise storms, blah blah blah. I mean, some of you here might know of Ngātoreira. Huge. He raised storms, used it as a weapon. Tēnei me te whaiwhaia te mākutsu. I found that a lot of our tohunga, they could raise storms, do all that sort of thing, make a storm fine, calm the waters, all that sort of stuff. They were also experts in mākutsu and experts in whaiwhaia. interested in that sort of stuff. Not so much black magic and stuff like that, but you know, our ancestors' abilities to do stuff that we see as myths and legends. So, as Kiriona was talking about, I was very lucky to get some funding. I only asked for 50k to complete my PhD thesis. I ran out of funds, to be honest, to finish my case study here in Kaitahu. I was going, don't know how I'll be able to get enough money to come back. And then this opportunity came up. I applied for the funding and I got it. But not only did I get 50k, they actually gave me 100k. And what that allowed me to do is to get a person in that could speak Māori with me and get everything. I don't have to go and explain everything all the time, but to do the video recording. So in short, I asked for all our friends and all the knowledge holders that I knew over many, many years working in Te Waiponam if they would be interested in having a chat, having a kōrero about their world, the universe. And 39 out of 40 said yes. And I thought I'd be lucky if I got 5. But they, practically the whole lot said yes. And then the 40th one from Hokorui, really nice guy, but he was just whakamā. And I said, it's all good, you don't have to. He was humming and hawing whether he did, and I said, no, let's make it easy. We won't video you. In the slide down the bottom there, it's Taunike at Waihopai, the marae there at Waihopai in Invercargill, and that's Cyril Gilroy. Some of you might know Cyril. I'll talk a little bit about Cyril. He, one of the things when I asked him about climate change, I won't talk about the climate change example. The next slide comes up, I'll do it now because I've got that photo of him back there. He said to me, 30 years ago, if someone said to me that here in Invercargill someone was going to go and plant out kiwi fruit in Invercargill, everyone would say you're bloody mad. My point is that just the weather has changed, the climate has changed significantly down there. And so a lot of the interviews that I conducted talked about this point about what they've experienced from their lifetime, not just currently now, but since while they were a kid right up to now. Okay, so these are the areas. I started in Awarua and Bluff, at the bottom of Otu Pohue. Waihopai did a number there of interviews, Karitane, Waimate, and unfortunately I wasn't able to get to meet up with some at Otako. I couldn't get in touch with Gail Tipa. She wasn't available unfortunately at that time. Waimate, Te Umakaha, where Carl's from, at Arowhenua. That was amazing. And I just want to make a note, the thing about women and about referencing men all the time, I actually push back on that, because the women from Arowhenua were the ones, the knowledge holders for all that, those tohu, and there was numerous. So the stuff that came down from this taua to her daughter who worked with me, and that was Mandy Holmes, who's passed. So she was talking about all these different environmental indicators in her area there at Arowhenua there. But it came from the mother, not the husband, but the mother. Okay, moving on. So what is all this stuff around Māori environmental knowledge? I've got to reference my cousin, Dr. Darren King. I asked him if he was going to come. Got held up on that same plane that Lydia didn't got mixed up with the other day. So Māori environmental knowledge, what is this? So I used a thematic analysis of all the key things that came out from all the interviews, okay, the transcripts, including the literature, the literature that is sort of relevant to this kaupapa. And it revealed 8 principal strands. First one, there's a worldview, this notion around worldview for each of the areas. There's a spiritual a spiritual part to it, that was threaded through their kōrero. Memory techniques, and use memory techniques, Pākehās call it mnemonics, like waiata, like whakatauki. So there's basically abbreviated parts of, gold, and that was just basically to aid in memory retention. The nomenclature and classifications is flash names of just organised stuff around whakapapa. Okay, the types of rain, the types of clouds, the types of this, the types of that, flowers, whatnot, stars, winds. When I met Beriata for the first time, it was quite a fair while ago at Auckland Council. We got to talking about winds, and he goes, "Oh, so in your research, have you come across any winds?" Yeah, about 800, 900. And he goes, "Oh, what? I need to come into your place." Because he's gone and amassed all these winds from all over the place, and I know he's been over to Hawaii as well. And this place that he talked about the other day, the Maramataka, is huge. And you got a snippet of his investment, and it's all on the rangatai. He's got it right. Looking after his generation, but you've got to have those ones like Roxanne talked about yesterday. You've got to have the ones coming through as well, the succession planning part. And so we're really keen to bring a lot of those names together and try and for the benefit of our ones coming through. Okay, environmental indicators. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that shortly. Longitudinal observations. So it's basically the life experiences of our elders, especially the older the ones that have been living in a particular area for long periods of time are cool, because you get really good data, you get really good information coming back about their localised environmental knowledge. Specialised training, so that's parts to do like, I'll give an example later on, but the last one, the application tools in Maramataka Symposium in Karakia. That's the last part that's quite relevant to this particular symposium, and I'll be talking a little bit about that too. So 8 strands of knowledge, that's what I come up with. I'm going to be talking about Te Awaida, so stuff that's relevant to Teitai. There's a tohuka that came out in discussions. Mandy talked about him because she's a descendant of, and she said it's not just the Maire Tau, it's not the only one. Fellas would know what I'm talking about. It's also us too. And she referenced this he wasn't too short, he wasn't too tall, it wasn't a sort of imposing warrior type thing, it was a tohuka, but he was a fighting warrior chief as well. And she talked about this pūrākau. It involved some of his people, I think his wife and children were kidnapped and held. He managed to get in there, get them out, they got away. He ended up having a fight with one of their leading warriors, and he killed this man. That caused them to chase him all around the place, down the bottom. They got to this mountain top, I think it's Tarahopiti, I think, I'm not too sure of the name of it. It's Mount Dome, in the southern there, over closer to the west coast. And they got him holed up. He did this karake and brought the fog down, and he was able to slip past them, and he could hear them talking right next to them. He just walked past with a big smile on his face, I'm sure, but just slipped past and went away. That's not the only reference. I've got lots of references around fog being dropped down and being able to, Tokotsi was one. But I wanted to reference to Te Māku. He's not the only one in Kaita, there's heaps. But I'm going to use just that one because that was the one that's spoken of for Mandy Holmes. I put this last one in, Kingi Mahuta. He was, back in 1906, there's a paper that I found. He was at a pokai, and they had these tents of marquees up, and they had these people he knew were tohu. So he went over to them and asked them, a storm? And they go, yeah, but what for? Oh, I just want to know, can you make a storm? And they go, God, yes, make a storm. But before that, they got these little flags and they put them in the ground. They mumbled under their breath and were pointing at these flags, and the flags go like this. And they're pointing at these trees, and the trees are withering. And next minute, they're going, you better pull the marquees down. Oh, what's that for? Because they're going to go into the air. And so Mahuta asked these people to pull the marquees down. They pull the marquees down, they don't get it down fast enough. And so some of them are flying in the air. Can you stop all the stuff from happening? And they go, no, you've just got a pissed off Tawhiri Mātea. The man that actually wrote this paper was a minister in government. I can't remember his name, but I've got the name. I thought it was absolutely brilliant. So this is me trying to find, examples of tēnei me te mano te kupu, tarakia, and our people's ability to do this. Because they could do that about 100 odd years ago. Just imagine what our ancestors, when they came across from Polynesia to Aotearoa. I call that the brain drain. There's a lot of our tohunga from our ancestors from Polynesia that came Aotearoa. Okay. Memory aids is a huge one. So local history, whakapapa, legends, proverbs and place names are all memory techniques. What have I got here? Industrial practices, of course. So important. Local history, laments, tribal proverbs and place names are all memory techniques used to mark in time the devastating impacts. The devastating impacts extreme weather events can have on a community. Now, I'm going to reference my father's people from Te Whanapari. There, back in the 1900, there was a drowning on the Motu River. There was a boat that went across, and adults and school kids lost their lives. And what our people did, what our people did to ensure that those really hard lessons weren't going to be lost, weren't going to be forgotten, they changed their hapu names, their sub-tribal names. So my father's, one of the hapu that he has in Whanapō is Te Whānau Anuku, and they changed it to Ngāti Horowai. Ngāti Horowai means swallowed by the water. So these are just some of the things that our people would do. Because it doesn't take long, even if you've had a tragedy like an earthquake here in Otautahi, where you've got 100 plus people that died. How do we ensure that the future generations, the succeeding generations, don't forget the lessons about all that, how to remain resilient, how to survive, all that type of stuff. So I find that really, really interesting as well, how people used to use all these things like whakatauki, if you do this, this is going to happen. If you do that, that's going to happen. Short, eh? Weather indicator, this is a nice one. This is from Joseph Hullins. Some of you might know Joseph. So, when you've got it, down on the floodplains here, it might not be raining. But old people knew that up in the catchment, up in the Southern Alps, it might be pouring on the other side, but it might be raining, and the rain will be coming down, and eventually it will come up towards the ocean to the coast. If it started to change from a clear colour to a whitish brown, it was called a waiarahi. Don't ask me why it was called a waiarahi. Just that it changed from a clear colour to that whitish brown. The expected outcome is that a warning was made to the community, that this is happening, and that we need to be mindful, don't let our kids go by the water, that sort of thing. But the next, to elevate that, is when they saw it turn to a brown-orange colour, which they knew as waitohi. That, get out of that area, go to higher ground right now, and don't come back until that storm's gone through. a lot of the weather indicators that were shared with me, and there was heaps, reference storms, reference weather bombs. And it's all about how to remain resilient, how to survive, all those type of things, how to get yourself out of the way of harm's way. Right. I use this. There's lots of other, like I said, there's lots of other indicators, but because this is different. He mea rereke tēnei tohi. So it's a kelp ball, and I don't know why they called it a kelp weather glass, but it's a kelp ball anyway. And when it was turgid and full of air and hard to the touch, you know, the expected outcome for the people is that it's going to be a fine weather was ahead, right? But if it was opposite, if it was flaccid, it was spongy to the touch, then it was going to rain, wet weather. But I just thought it would be different. And I'm telling you right now, you won't find that here in New Zealand. I found that from over in this guy that found it here in Aotearoa, but it was a guy from Turkey. So I had to ask him for permission to get this damn picture. Things you gotta do, kia ora Uncle Bill Tāwhai. So, I don't know if this is going to work, but these are some of my vignettes that I took, these little short recordings of these, some of the poa and taua of Kaitahi. I don't know if it's going to work. Anyhow, just to let you know, because it doesn't talk about the indicator strongly about the expected outcomes as well, but just to let you know, it's all about when the parara, the broad-billed rowan bird, when it arrived on the Titi Islands, they all knew that the next day was going to be blowing a gale, and they'd known that this is long. This one here, he actually took it to another level because he's seen all these piriona manu, the parara landing at night. Take heaps of photos, got a nice big mess of lens, and he's taking all these photos. And then it's got next morning, he's taking lots of photos. It's stormy. And he's done that over his whole life. He's now in his 90s. Yeah, it's like that. And then the opposite is the puaka. So when the puaka comes in on the Titi Islands, that's practically it. That's the sign. That's the sign for a weather window. So if they want to go back to the mainland, they've got this short weather window to shoot scooter cars from the Titi Islands back to the mainland. I don't even know if we get sound. Yeah, have a look.
I've got a mate that always said, watch TV3, then you get better weather on TV3.
Can you hear that?
Yeah. When we're on the island, we don't need to watch telly or listen to radio at all, because all those indicators are there, and like, they're for true, because the birds know what it's going to do. And like, the two best indicators for rough, windy weather is if it's going to blow, the broad-billed pride and the parrot, they come in their thousands at night and have a concert all bloody night and keep us awake.
So this next, just want to introduce Butch McDonald. Butch McDonald, unfortunately, anyone know Butch McDonald from Kātikuri, from Kokoda?
Yeah.
He passed, unfortunately, not long after I completed this round of interviews. But he helped out when they had the earthquakes at Kokoda. He was right there in the thick of it, helping out the people, and also all the tourists that got locked up in that area as well. But not long after that, I'm hoping it wasn't that. Toi Mahatanga, he passed away. It's quite self-explanatory.
I
don't know why, it was always called Barney's Cloud. It was a thin wisp that ran around Mount Fife, which is our biggest mountain, or the biggest mountain in this range. And Manukau, the other side, is just a wee bit lower. But it would have a thin wisp about 1/3 of the way up the mountain. And the old grandmother would always say to me, "Oh, old Barney's Cloud's up. She's going to be wet tomorrow." Never ever seen it fail. Honestly, cloud, it's just like the land of the long white cloud. It was just a thin strip, you know. And that was always so accurate. And generally, when that was there, it was usually pouring overnight by the morning, or we'd be pelting down. And you'd look out, and the wispy cloud would be all gone. That long, thin line, you'd swear it was painted. It was so neat, and it would be gone. And so was the rain that passed over too. But it wouldn't be necessarily any wind with it. It was more like an atmospheric condition where, like heat and cold meeting, I think, and caused that thin vapor trail like a jet. That man there was a diver, fisherman all his life, and what he shared with me was quite privileged. He was doing a lot of other aua work that was trying to pass on what they knew to their mokopuna. And he was fantastic. He had all the mokopunas around, and he was passing on stuff to his grandchildren. Okay. Estelle-esque. It's me.
Our big Remu rata, we have a huge rata forest on Bluff Hill. It's original too, which is very rare for Southland. Yeah, we're very lucky. For some reason it wasn't felled. So there's not many places left in Southland where the forest needs to see, but we're lucky. We have 400 hectares of original polecat forest on Bluff Hill. The rata has been flowering horrifically this year. And normally you only see that once every 10 years. This is the second year in a row we've had a huge mass like this. So rats plaguing, and of course I do pest control. So rats plaguing is a result of masting trees. It's something you can see every 4, maybe 5 years. This is the second year in a row we've had rats plaguing. And of course when they plague stoats too as well. So it's huge issue. It's weather.
Pike's got a climate, but the same. But I go with what they say. Okay. I'm now going to talk about another takata mahi kakai, Aaron B. Waka from Wairewa. He had a team of people about the same age, so like early 60s. And one of the things that when I asked about restoration and stuff like that, the Nation of Restoration around, like how can you actually do an accurate assessment when there's no biodiversity around because you've got to cut it all out. It's all that type of stuff. So we had these types of conversations, and the other part was about how to pass it down, the dissemination of their practice, their customary practice with the tuna, trying to get out across those shelves. I got actually quite emotional about it. These grown men talking about, I don't know if we'll be able to pass on the information to the next generation, to the grandchildren. And I don't want to come out on a southerly, get in the mud, and come out with us and spend, trying to show them how what their the tradition above them, the grandparents above them had taught them. And they were really worried about who they might actually have to look at, looking at all the different options, other relations, farmers that not historically had no connection to that body of knowledge. And dare I say it, there might even be nobody else who might not want to do that. So these are some of the challenges that Kaitiaki are faced with. But this is Aaron talking about you can hear the tangi of the tōna reo. I'll leave it up for you. Get the gist of what I'm saying. I think it's quite powerful.
I think the way we put that today, I think it's going to change.
Can you hear that? might stop in itself and just make sure. Yes, please. Yep, I've got it going.
Put your microphone.
Could you lower the microphone towards the speaker?
The ends justify the means. Okay, let's do that again.
Tech guy is coming, so he'll be able to.
Look after Eileen. Look after Eileen, but you look after your children. Nourish them. Make them grow. Don't go back. Grow itself. Look after Eileen.
How long were your interviews with them?
It all depend. It depended around about an hour and a half. I just allowed them to dictate to me. I just said, look, it's up to you. Kei a koe te tikanga. And they just went, roll. And it all depended on the questions too. So if you had the right question, then it triggered. Sometimes it would trigger me, and this was one fellow I interviewed too.
What do you think was the main decider for them to want to contribute their kōrero to you?
So a lot of our people here are just absolutely frustrated about what they're seeing in the environment. And I think it goes back to a kōrero that one of my nanny said, and I asked her about how te mene te kaitiapitanga. And that's those that have the mana to have the last say in the area around to do with everything. You know, it's in a sort of form. It's always synonymous with tirotanga, tirotanga. When I asked her that, she goes, it's a figment of everybody's imagination of the state system. It's not tika these days. And I said, what do you say that? And she goes, because we do not have the last say. And I didn't really understand where she was going with it at first, but now I understand what she's saying. And that's where you have a look at these guys, their face, the way they're speaking, it's very they're frustrated. And because it's all anecdotal. When they go to talk about trying to protect the resource and the environment, it's always seen as anecdotal. It's got no weight, no value. Yeah. So just going to this slide that you can't see, it's around that when I showed you around the the Tasman Glacier, which is a bit of an interesting thing, bearing in mind that a colleague of mine from Niwa has just said, Andrew Laura has just said that most of the glaciers here in Aotearoa in a decade's time will disappear. And for Kaitahu, that's absolutely devastating. And if you ever look at the current te karaka that I saw just the other day, it talks a little bit about that. It's actually a really sad kōrero. It's talking about Franz Joseph Glacier
I
right
was
now.
up there 4 months ago. It's on the top.
Yeah. So again, Joseph, it's just really nice because Joseph said, when he was a kid, he was at Twizel and they did the school trip up to the terminal face of the Tasman Glacier back then. And then 40 years later, he's in a helicopter and they're doing some stag counts up in some mountain, and he goes past it where the Terminal Glacier used to be. And he goes, it's now a 7-mile long lake. It's retreated 7 kilometres, 7 kilometres it's retreated. And he said, if that's not an example of global warming and climate change, nothing is. It's really worrying for them. So a lot of the kaitiaki that are out there in the mud know this place inside out, like Carl, are going, what the hell is happening? They're really worried. And you saw it on Aaron Diaz's face. Now, I did look at Maramataka. When I asked my uncle Bill Tawhai if I should include the Maramataka in my thesis, he said, if you didn't, you would fail in my eyes. I said, why is that? And he goes, because the Maramataka allows you to better understand what's actually happening in the environment. Just keep it simple. I got 2 from Kaitahu and 1 seasonal calendar. This one here is from a reference from Sam Robinson's work. And why I've gone and chosen this, not because it's the best one or anything like that, it's just that it's different. And it's different because it references the ruling atua for each phase. It also talks about the activity that's associated with that ruling atuas in that lunar phase. Now, how do I go back to that to chuck this back up? IT person. I want to put that so they can just have a quick look at it. If it doesn't, I'll
Control P.
this is what happens all the time when I'm dealing with old stuff. They play tricks. So one of the names that they talk about Maramataka, they don't actually say Maramataka, they go ngā pō o rona. That's one word. Kaupeko o te tau. And that's find it interesting because that's what Ririata talks about too, kaupeko o te tau. And it's like, but probably when you talk about kaupeka to me, it's more to do with that seasonal, seasonal sort of the differences of the right across the year. The other, hopefully she can pull it up, but the other Maramataka was by Te Tāmiha Te Waniko from Tātikuri, from up in Kokoda. And Sam is actually from Rapaki, I think, from Tātikuri, Iraki.
Hello, mate. No, mate.
It's doing what happened to Ririata and Wayne and a few others yesterday too, I think. Maybe we should try and get them down to around about half an hour. Yeah.
So maybe it doesn't make a difference.
So you got the interfaces over here, ngā po o rona whakapautai. You got the rolling atua on that second column. Whiroti da 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 da, tā whiri mate, ruau moko, wai moko, rongo rongo, all the atua. So you got all these rolling atua in that particular column there, and then you got these activities on the third column down. Just find it interesting. It's different. You made it again. Come down from our kainui. Eels in that. Kangaroo, of course, is in that. Tanne and rongo. Inenui te pua. I thought that was an interesting one coming off Maori. And the last two, o mutu whenua, silence. That was the activity. What were they doing in that silence? Māku, papa tuanuku. It's just something different, eh? Right? Yeah, this is what he really said up with early days. That Maramataka is a tool that provides an integrated framework to organise environmental knowledge, the basis of which weather and climate can be better understood. I mean, wow. Where's it in? I need to write that thing down right now. Okay, key findings. This is during, from 2016 prior to that. Sharper, this is the observations. Sharper, shorter winters. So it was really cold, but for a very short period of time, then it'll blow over. Next minute it was back up from freezing to about 23, 26, you know, and it could change, flip-flop real fast. Longer, hotter summers, sometimes you'd have 2 bloomings in the summer. You know, rereke, real different, eh? Reduced frost, sometimes no frost. Heavier rains, variable, unsettled weather, seasons more variable and less predictable, rising sea levels. Just going to ask those relations down there at, where Gautipa's people are from, at Moerewa. Oiraki. Yeah, it's undermining all that the Urupa there. Some of the environmental knowledge stuff, there's 22 tokumaki. Rua koha, rua kanapu, maunga heko ngā uira, there's all this stuff. Fog as well, involved with tokumate. 41 rain types, 123 wind types, 34 cloud types, 76 weather tohu, 30 climate tohu, 31 seasonal tohu. And that's just the stuff I used in my thesis. Some of it I didn't use for a whole variety of reasons. All the knowledge holders wanted this mātauranga to be restored for future generations. So what I did, as a koha to everybody that allowed me to spend some time, quality time, sharing their lives with me, their universe, was to do this. So I've got behind me, I've got some bilingual posters that I put together based on some of the weather and climate indicators. I got a person to do the metaphor kaitahu. And got the Pāke stuff done as well. 2 papers were written up, one for Te Karaka and the other one for He Manawa Whenua. Was an national Indigenous conference held by my wife and her mates up at Kirikiriroa. Done numerous presentations, nationally and internationally. That does mean nothing. These 39 video clips mean everything, capturing their knowledge, and at least a lot of them have passed on, but at least I've got the bit of their world for their mokopuna. And that's, I've been giving back to them, all of it. Even our transcripts, everything we gave back. That's 40 kaumātua, knowledge holders from Kaitahu. Nearly there, mate. Kia ora. Summary. Hauraki, whanapani, Naito have developed detailed knowledge of local weather and climate. Localised Māori environmental knowledge can contribute to the understanding of local weather and climate variability and associated natural hazards. There's an urgency to document and revitalize this body of knowledge. And I was saying that back in 2005. There are many gaps in current weather forecasting technology. There's huge gaps. There's parts of, you look at the weather parts of the news and they don't do every part. There's lots of gaps there. it doesn't account for local observations, and it doesn't account for spiritual weather and climate phenomena as well. Kaitau has got a lot of different phenomena that you don't get anywhere else, like the te mauru. Ka taki te mauru, kara mai te toka. That's what they say all the time. So when you've got that northwest arch, blue top, blue underneath, and it's arching hard, it drops the next morning. You've got the southerly smashing into all around here in Otautahi, and then sometimes if it's sticky, snow dump. And I actually experienced that firsthand. Had these flash airs, black shoes on for the office, and it was about a metre deep in snow. And up in the Skipper had to get some red bands from warehouse, and a shovel and a brush to wipe off all the snow that was gathering up and sticking to the windscreen because I couldn't see it. See how it went? That's me. There's two photos here. The one in the middle is Mandy Holmes from Idle Field, one of Carl's relations. She worked with me in our team. And I've got Hannah Morgan and her brother. That's at Awarui's Doug Pass. Both of them are passing. The brother just passed away not so long ago, this year. Yeah, Tare, Rachel, yeah. And again, just referencing my cousin up there, Darren King. He's the regional manager for Niwa up in Pokatu Mills at this point in time. Just getting it up. He's going to be working with one of the WE anyway, very shortly. What's up? Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. So I've got some posters over here. Preferably to the ones that are from Kaitahu. There's 10 of them. There's 10 English ones, Pākehā ones, and there's 10 in Te Reo Māori. So kaya koutou te tikanga. I don't want to take these back to Tapu, to the Coromandel Peninsula. Those are yours, little koha. So, I love heaps of questions. Go for it. Ka pai, Tori, I knew you'd be one.
Kia ora, tēnā koe tēnei kōrero. I'm just wondering, with your interviews that you did with the kaumātua, did you recognise or identify any patterns associated with El Niño and La Niña? Like, I'm just wondering if that knowledge had patterns that were correlated with the science data that's been captured. It's a big question. I'm just wondering if there was anything recognisable there for you.
Yeah. A short answer is you just got to ask those teaching Matambudas because they're roughly investing roughly about 15k to go out on those islands, and they've got to make a informed decision about whether they're going to invest or not based on what they know. A lot of it's due to this kuakau because if they're going travelling a lot further out and they're finding that the chicks are getting they're either dying off or not. What that means is it's a particular climate, whether it's La Niña, I can't remember which one it was, but it's the one that's non-productive for that year, for that season. So after April when they shoot across.
So generally it's every 7 years?
Yeah.
You get your
There's a decline.
You get a decline. Yeah. Today it's sped up to
Yes.
3, maybe 4 seasons. There's climate change plus there's man-made change. So what we have man-made is we have the Chinese boats down there seine fishing for the krill, which is the main kai for our titi. So when they go down there about every 2 or 3 years, they wipe out, that means our chicks starve, that means the parent birds have got to fly further and further. So they put transmitters on some of them and they're flying 700k out to sea looking for kai for their chicks. So they find the kai, but by the time they come back, they've processed it all and there's nothing left when they get back to them.
Yeah.
So one season there, I think I burnt nearly 10,000 chicks that died outside their house. And so, yeah, that's what we're dealing with.
So Toi, to answer your question, So this is where I think there's a area, space, complementarity between mainstream science and with our knowledge holders, because they know that that information. What we can bring to the table is we'll be able to do we'll be able to show them whether it's going to be one or the other, and it's usually that particular one where it's going to be a linear. So with all that information, they can make a better informed decision, as far as I'm concerned anyway. Now it's music to the Kaumātua's ears, like Stuart Bullen and down there, College Bay.
So the Pūtakitaki is another indicator.
Yep.
So the Pūtakitaki, in the dry season, they know it's dry season, they will nest very close to the waterways. That same pair, the next year, if it's going to be a wet season, they'll nest 500 metres away because they know it's going to be a wet season. So if you have resident Pūtakitaki pairs nesting in your area, they're perfect indicators of whether you're going to have a wet season or a dry season.
That's awesome. Just to back that up, we are about to do some research with the whānau down there, and they're prolific diary keepers, and that's just, to a researcher, that's rich data, and the aim is, right, just to make sure that we can ensure that continuity of practice and prepare for if it's going to be a lean season. As said, there's a lot of economic drivers these days, but really for us it's about the kaitiaki of, the whenua and those birds and what challenges they're facing at the moment. So.
Yeah, because ngā taringa ki o tata nei whanaunga no Hawaii hoki. Just listening to Roxanne the other day about collating data, information, whether it's photos, whatever, to better understand what you're dealing with, what the biodiversity, what they're doing, when they're doing it, all that sort of thing, the flowering. It's really good to familiarise yourself with your localised environment, wherever you're doing your observations. It makes so much sense. And that's what we've been doing for some time too, just going from one space and just going from that, standing from that one place and trying to take it all in. I need to take more photos though.
And I just wanted to add a comment, because I nearly had a tear in my eye about our wairewa whenua in that kōrero. So I thought it would be nice to share some good news that they've just signed a deal with Orion and are about to replant hectares and hectares of indigenous trees. So that's probably not in our generation, but in the future generations, that biodiversity will start to be restored.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Kia ora tui, thank you for that.
I will have just one more part, so we've got to keep down there.
Kia ora mātou. With your kōrero with these kaumātua, how much recognition of climate change was the impact of climate change on these topics?
Everybody recognised that climate change. That's what I said. They all said that it's absolutely different to when they were babies. And these are ones who are in their 80s, 90s. They've been in the same spot for all their lives. And their parents were there, the same spot. And then, so it's pretty compelling. And I was saying it was changed, like, you might be able to have a swim now and again. I'm talking about down in the Bluff, it's freezing cold. The best of times even during summer. But they were saying now you can sort of swim nearly all the time. It's quite warm. And going back to the mutton birds, they made a comment about there's a lens of warmer water, so a lens of hot water, the temperature's going up, so those birds can't dive. And I go, well, how does that stop the bird from diving? So I don't know that, but they know more than what I do. And so I just say, I'll just take it as it is. But so they've recognised that the birds are actually struggling because of climate change, and the temperature in the water is going warmer and warmer. And one more comment before I finish up is around, this comes from Tātipene, and he goes, boy, I should have added haku to our quota because we're catching heaps of haku, so they're all coming from your place up north, and it's coming all the way down here, we're catching heaps of it. So haku is kingfish, so yeah. So another thought.
I think we're starting to get sick off the coast as well now.
Kia ora tātou.
They can't dive.
Can I just ask one more question?
The heat interrupts with the oil balance.
Here you go.
Is your thesis available before reading, and are you available to answer any questions if you can't read it?
No, not really. I'll send you my invoice.
Yeah, no, send an invoice if you need to. I'm just, only because at home I'm trying to create a weather prediction framework. I'm using our view of our moana. So yeah, that's it.
Yes, you can. All you do is you go to Whanua Waikato to the where the dissertations are held, and you go there, blah, 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 and then you
Ka te ake tēnei te tūake, I mua i tā tātou puki ki te wharekai, I'm about to get the clip around the ears by our ringa wera, heo anō. Me pehe rā e kore ai e mihi ki a koe e te rangatira, e te rua anuku, te mana o rehua mau e toha nei ngā mātauranga, ngā kōrero, kia mātou, hei kai mā mātou, tēnei mihi kauana, me te rangatira, me te Māori hoki o ngā whakaaro, o ngā kōrero pukita, I wainga nui i tēnei hui o tātou. Me taku aki nui, kia tātou, ahakoa, ka repei whai wā kia auia ngā pātai, kia tukuna ngā kōrero ki te rangatira nei, he wā anō ki raro pēr, ki te wāhi kaputi, te whakapiti kōrero ki te ui ngā pātai. Ka mutu, kei kō hoki ngā post-it notes, me nā e hihi ana te ui ngā pātai, me nā horekau, kei kō anō te QR code. And so just wanted to remind everyone, even though we didn't get the opportunity to kind of have the time to ask all of our questions, all of our burning questions to our rangatira. We still have time down in the wharekai. Might be only 2 minutes, but Kate's bite. And if not, then we still have our post-it notes and the QR code that you can scan and submit any of your burning questions or your pātai or your kōrero o mihi to our kai kōrero. Reira, moi tā tātou wehe tēnei te tuku atu. Te kopai ti arau reka, hei te paunanu, ki a koe te rangatira no reira. Tēnā koe, oti rā tēnā tātou
Kia ora,
I was busy, yeah.
Yeah, same when I said that, I was like,
Aroha mai, those of you in here, you might need to relay this kōrero to those out there who already left, but the next session in here is Horekau.
Yeah, unfortunately Dr. Lilemia is Mawiwi, so won't be coming in today.
Yeah, so you might need to allocate yourself to a different session.
Yeah, so praise the Lord.
I'm only one day in my thing.
I'm tasked. It's like a lot of things.
It's like, you could be my mate or somewhere while I'm doing my thesis beside me.
Yeah,
Well, everything's changed.
So we've met.
You need to give him the negative sheets immediately.
Yeah, he knows.
He's got to start. Yeah, I realise that. So I'm so lucky that I've been able to dig deep to the fish one. And I just said to Cuddy last night, I said, you need to, I need to get my ear up.
And we want to be part of it.
So I've done that 4 years ago. I even took my friends. So I had a crew stay with me for 5 weeks. And they filmed and audio interviewed me every second day. And I took a whole range of topics. Like I took on Matakiki, I took on Kai, I took on all the different levels. I haven't talked to them. So
It's unofficial.
Well, you see, I had to confuse as I I'm really high stress
it's got to be in the infrastructure. But if it's going to be stuff
I've lost my
I've come out of the naivety being a kid, just thinking, holy
I've lost all my mates. John Wilkie, well, he knows.
E ko tōna māma he pupuru ana, nā mea nā taunga tumi o nā mātua tupuna. Tōna māma. Nā te take mea te mea ka.
There's this sort of stuff that I want.
Roto I tō hāwhiri e hoa, tō kaika. Te rā wera tāonga.
Next month. I'm presenting a kite.
Tēnō roko ki au I tō manaaki I aku kaumātua nā reira.
Yeah.
I nui ana. Koe anō ka tihi he tōna
Mai kore ake nā paua ngā tau. E tuku mai ta te tau aroha kia hau. Ka kore tau atu I rā taonga ka mai. Te whai au ki tau mārama. Kia rei hoa.
Oh, I know. Oh, I know. Ira ke hu māotahi e tā. He mihi ana.
I know that awesome that you're so busy, but I wondered if you were free if you want to come and join some of our project work. We are going to have a hill down tomorrow next year with our practitioners, real people, like just people who care. So I know that you're probably inundated, but I'd love to reach out, and if you happen to be free, then we'd love to host you. Come and just be part of it, you know. If you want to contribute, you can. If not, then just being there.
I felt really lovely then when I would do it because I jumped up there. And I went, it was a different project altogether. It wasn't a PhD, but it was it's the first time I've met people down there. And those people like
Big Dean, Bubba. Yeah.
And Gail.
Yeah.
And others, and of course Tom and Marie as well.
Oh God, you know Mike?
He told me about his book.
Yeah.
So it's really great.
We're the same age, yeah.
I asked him this question. Okay. So all the kaimana tautai, the fish, the biodiversity down here. Is there anything that's lost or gone that you can't expect it? But he says, the tohero when we were kids, they're this size.
Now they're only this size.
And he wasn't smiling, and he said, now they're only this size. And he goes,
I believe that stuff right. Because I know that it's hard access to, right? So it's not somewhere that everyone can pillage as well. So we've got those stocks that if you know where they are, you know where they are, but they're not commonly accessed. So I'm like, yes, I have seen and eaten these things for myself, so know that. But yeah, we're finding the kai's getting harder to access. Loved hearing what you're saying about those cycles, because I've just been trying to, not deep dive, right, because you could spend years doing a deep dive, but having that just quick answers and like, oh, these patterns there, those linears, you know.
So it's
Oh, wait.